Hello and welcome to Man's Model Moments. I didn't expect that banner to stay up after I went live, so apologies for that. But good evening, welcome to Tuesday evening, part 3, kind of this, the third session. Obviously, the second session was broken into 3 because it was 10 hours long. Tonight, I think, is going to be the make or break for this build to see whether I have any chance of finishing it in the 24-hour allotted time scale. So I am going to keep all preamble to a minimum and just crack on. One thing I will say, obviously I do need to weight the nose. Fortunately, I cannot find my weights. I had them for a prior build for the Gannet, and that required a lot. So I put them somewhere safe, so safe I can't find them. And I can't really wait till Thursday because I need to get this closed up. So I went to the shed and I have a collection of small screws. This is 55 grams of screws. Hopefully I can get these in the back of the cockpit, and that will suffice. We will find out. Otherwise, it might be a bit of post addition of liquid gravity. We'll see. Okay. So just going to the comments: Steve, Pepsi Blob, Phil, John Christmas, Mario, or good evening and welcome. We've got a much smaller crew on tonight at the start. We'll see how it goes on through the evening. Okay, let me get my lights switched on here. That's the wrong color temperature. There we go. Get that one on. Let's get. Let's see. Let's put this across here a bit more. You can see those. Let's get the other camera set up. So that's all using the right things so far. Let's get the extra camera going. There we go. Get the keyboard out of the way. Let's put that somewhere down there. I have got another pack of blades in case I need those. The only other prep I've done, other than counting out those screws, is we have some water for the decals, because that is one of the first jobs I need to get done. And I just need to get the decals, which I just realized are across the other side of the room. It says bashing everything so it wobbles. Okay, let's get the sexy gogs. Can't do without those. Okay. I seem to have neglected to bring a pair of scissors. I have one in the other room. Bear with me a second. Or maybe I don't. Fine, at least what we have. So Oops, got some water on the bench there. So this is just warm water. Just helps speed things up a little bit. And we also have some decals to put on. Decal 4 goes on this side. Decal 3 goes on that side. Decal 1 and decal 2. So decal 1, 2, 3, and 4 we have places for. Not sure where 5 goes. It looks like an internal one. Let's just put that to one side. Let's put those in as well. Just get those going. I generally tend not to leave decals in water. I tend to submerge them and then put them off because there's enough to solubilize the glue just with what you get there. As you can see, that's already loose. And then let's have the magic pledge. So with ICM decals, I tend to, obviously I've pre-pledged this, but I tend to, let's get the water out of the way before I do something disastrous there. And also you can see what I'm doing a bit more. I tend to put a bit of water on, so I pre-pledged, put a bit of water on because I do find ICM decals do tend to sit once you've got them on, which is fine if you get them in the right place first time, not so much if you don't. However, I do find that they are nice and thin and do conform pretty well. Now, I did mention there is the carrier film down at the bottom, which I didn't trim, hoping that it would just conform down. We'll see how that works out. So how did I do in terms of accuracy? Not bad, actually. It's almost there. A little bit to the side. Need to be a little bit left of where I am. There. It's pretty much bang on there. I mean, you're not going to be able to tell right from outside. And then I put a bit of pledge on. So pledge is of course the same as Johnson's Clear. That's what it was originally. Crystal Clear, that's what it was called, with a K. And this works well for a couple of reasons. So there's a decal setting solution and softening solution because it has a chemical in it which acts as a plasticizer. and it's also quite high pH. So if you look at things like decal fix are quite high pH, things like micro set is low pH, so it's basically acetic acid. And extremes of pH basically activate the glue. A bit more complex than that, but that's the basis of it, really. That's what it does. Okay, I'm being pedantic now. There is no need to be that pedantic, Alex. So the other ones. So which one on that side? So my control panel decal 2. This is this little dial here. And just noticed I just moved the decal when I did that. It's like putting sheets on your bed. They never quite go where you want. You think you've got them where you want, and you look at it and think, no, it's not quite right. Okay. You're not going to be able to see much as a cockpit anyway, but you know. Decal 3 goes on this side, just on here. Come on, don't mess about. No. Just let that dry down by itself. And then this one. Decal 4 is this one here. I'm going to pledge all of these pieces just so they have the same sort of sheen. This pledge gives a very slightly sort of semi-gloss look, which I find is quite similar to how World War II aircraft instrument panels seem to be. They're not quite matte black. They're not quite satin. They've just got a bit of a sheen. To my eye, anyway. Come on, behave yourself, decal. quite a lot of carrier film on these small ones compared to the size of the decal. It's the only thing I'm wary of here. So if you don't have access to pledge crystal clear, it's also, I think, any of the ones that say pledge with future shine or something like that is the right stuff. Discontinued now, but if you don't have any of that, I probably would use decal solutions on these instrument panel pieces, because again there is quite a bit of carrier film compared to the size of the decal. From Christmas, welcome. Thank you for your membership, most appreciated. Always good to have a new member. Thank you. Levi, good morning from New Zealand. Wow, that's a long way. Good morning. I hope your weather is a little bit better than we're having at the moment. We had a couple of days of nice weather. It's now gone back to sort of standard British weather. Good evening, Matt. Nice to see you. And yes, this is a lovely kit. I will probably pick up Flakbait when they issue that specific one. They're going to issue a version of this with the Flakbait decals, which was a very famous B-26. And I may do a little bit more work on it than I have here in a silly 24-hour stream session, which, not that I don't love all you guys, but I do kind of regret doing, because my back after doing a 10-hour stream was killing me. I can tell you. And yeah, it seemed like a good idea at the time. Not sure I'll do it again. All right. So I want to leave those to properly dry before I, get it stuck into position here. Yeah, I'm not even going to try dry fitting that because I'm going to mess something up. So let's put all of those out of position. All these pieces have dried okay. I say it's basic what I've done in terms of the weathering. All the transparencies have glued, no hazing, which is good. Even the one that I messed up a bit isn't too bad. Hopefully not that noticeable anyway. So whilst we wait for all those pieces to dry and crack on with that, I am going to skip ahead to engines. For the power. I've been watching Clarkson's Farm, the season 3. So we've just watched episode 3, and I mean, I've always been quite fond of Clarkson. I know he's very divisive among people. People tend to love him or hate him. I quite like the persona, and I think his actual personality, comes through on Clarkson's Farm a lot more. It's just ludicrous, the council, and I think what he's done to showcase the problems that British farmers face, especially since Brexit, is highly laudable, regardless of what you think of the man. I mean, it really is just setting up a very traditional, very hard-working group for failure. Anywho, I was just reminded of that because of the speed, power, pieces that he normally does, of course, on Top Gear and Grand Tour, etc. Mark, good evening. And Mike, good evening so we've got Scotland. So where's Wayne Welly representing Wales? Come on, do we have any Welshmen in? We've got all representations. We even have some of the Commonwealth with us. So Wales really has no excuse. I don't need these pieces, but they're quite large and they're getting in the way. These cowling pieces. And they're the same on both sides, so it doesn't really matter. In fact, I'm probably going to do a lot of the sprue cutting now. So for the engines, we need D39 and 40, which are linked together. .39, 40. 30 and 31. I don't think you can get these pieces the wrong way around. Although, as people will have seen from my first stream, I can give it a go. I was getting stuff the wrong way around. D32. So with these pieces that are on these pieces, they're really well protected. It's quite difficult to get them out if you try just to do it on the off. So because they've got these long gates that go in from the runners, I actually cut those off and then we'll trim those off with my hobby knife. That's much easier than trying to do it with snippers where you're just setting yourself up to failure. That's D32. I'm going to leave off D49, although again, I don't think you can get these wrong. They are different sizes. Not that different. I'm going to leave it. Now, the one thing I'm worried about with the engines is ICM always give you really nicely detailed engines. There's a lot of parts. What have I just done with my scalpel? I'm man looking. I cannot see it. Where is it? If anybody can see my scalpel, please put it in the comments. Where? How can it have just vanished? Gone through some sort of rift? The Rusty Scale Show. Welcome. Watching from Switzerland while getting the interior parts of your SU-27 British Prime. I take it that's a SU-27 model, not an actual SU-27. There are always a few things that we forget. Good evening, Jack. Good to see you. Howard Kendrick lived in Cardiff for 7 years. Well, if you're not currently in Cardiff or not a native Welshman, I'm not sure we can count it. For some reason I put it inside the channel of the J channel on my light stand. Why I would do that, I don't know, but I did. I put a little bit too much stress than I wanted to on that part there. This is the dangers of doing everything with a craft knife, of course, rather than sort of trimming down and then sanding. But we are where we are. We're limited with time, and these things weren't always perfect. Call it flak damage if it gets is noticeable. Okay. Well, that part's prepped for when we need it. Let's get to these. Yes, as I was saying, ICM engines usually have a lot of parts, so and quite intricate as well. So we will see how we get on. They do typically only fit one way. There we go. So again, your ability to get it wrong is reduced. I won't say eliminated, and it's not that one. There we go. There we go. Trust the kit. So normally I would be wary of any kit that split an engine like that, you know, across these. But as you can see, the fit on this does not leave you. I mean, I've seen single piece engine blocks which have a worse joint than that, you know, seam around them. So the casting on these engine pieces is pretty faultless, which is good because we do not have time to mess around cleaning stuff up. There's a little bit more liquid glue than I intended to put on there. Oops. Oh, that's a good question. What's the best MiG-29 in 1/48 scale? Well, you've seen the videos of my channel. You'll know that I'll have to do an entire video to be able to answer that properly. I couldn't say definitively. But let's have a look on ScaleMates and just see what there is. I can give you my opinion of what is likely to be a good one. But if anybody else has an actual, you know, experience of that, I've never done a MiG-29 in 1/48 scale. Let's see, MiG-29. We want a kit. We want 1/48 scale. So let me just show you what I'm doing here on ScaleMates. The way I tend to do this. So I've got MiG-29 up here in kits. I've got kits. Usually I go full kits, 1/48 scale. I'll then scroll down on this main part here to the origin. I'll go new tool, because what I don't want is a bunch of reboxings. Right? I want to know who has actually tooled it. Once I've found one that is actually reasonable, then I'll probably look, because, like, for instance, this Academy 1993 one might not actually be in production by Academy anymore, but they might have retooled it. Not retooled it. Other companies may have reboxed it. They may have sold it on, if you like. So, Hobby Boss, Great Wall Hobby Academy. I mean, well, it depends what version you want, right? The Academy one is a MiG-29A. It's from 1993, so that's going to be like an older variant. MiG-29K is, I think, the most recent iteration before the MiG-35. So it looks like the Hobby Boss one actually might be a good. Is that the navalized one? Yeah, because it's it just looks a little bit different, that K. Oh, my browser has decided to. It's done this a few times, my computer. Okay, stop sharing. For some reason, it is not letting me switch back. Apologies for this, guys. Oh, there we go. Now it is. So what is that? So I just need to go to Task Manager and sort out what is going on here. It closed down a load of crap that I don't need. Yeah, see if that helps. Okay, still having some issues here. I'll carry on. I may need to restart. Hopefully that won't affect the stream. So I would say, I mean, the Hobby Boss one, generally of sort of Soviet Chinese subjects, Hobby Boss are pretty good, because they are located in China. They have better access to, let's call them Eastern subjects, if you want to call them that. So the usual complaint that people have with Chinese kits is on accuracy. That's not really a concern. It's less of a concern when they're doing, more native East European, Asian subjects. So the Great Wall Hobby one I expect will be a very nice kit. And sorry, the Hobby Boss and the Great Wall Hobby kits, I imagine, will be very nice. Academy, I quite like Academy kits. 48 scale, 1993. It's probably going to be basic detail inside, but there'll be a lot more, articles, builds, etc. on it, correcting whatever issues. So you do a bit of research, probably give you the best idea. Okay. I thought I mean, you never know. Russia needs money. It might be prepared to sell anybody. SU-27s, it's an older aircraft rather than the SU-33. Is it 35? I can never remember. Which is basically a modernized flanker. Okay, so those two halves of the engine. You can tell which are which because this one has the positive teardrop locator and this one has the inverse, so you know which way around it goes. The double wasp. Wow, actually, look at that. That is friction fit. That's pretty impressive. The double wasp is an impressive piece of kit. So I actually have a resin, an STL of, sorry, I have an STL of a double wasp. So I printed it in resin in 1/32 scale to replace the awful blob that Revell give you in their Carbuncle Corsair, as I did it on the video. So these are all the push rod guides, which is a very kind of distinctive feature of these big American rotary engines. Okay, now let's get D49 off. I've got no possibility of screwing that up. Well, I still have a possibility of screwing it up, but not putting it on the wrong one now that one's already on. Whilst I'm there, I think I'll actually cut this off the sprue as well. This is the, what do I call it, exhaust cluster or collector ring. Not sure what the exact term is. The collection of pipes that takes all the exhaust from the different cylinder heads, throws it all together to check it out the back. It's a bit like a spider. Let's remove those. Yeah, one of the disadvantages of oil paint is, of course, it takes forever to dry. One of the ways to get around that, rather than using neat oil paint, if you dilute it a little bit in odorless thinners, it actually breaks up the carrier. Now, it does reduce your working time a little bit, but not to the point where it's, you know, not usable as an oil paint. And I think the benefit of a much shorter drying time. Well, so this is one thing, right? Oil paints don't dry. They cure. They actually chemically change during that process. But having a lot of the base carrier oil, it's like having a retarder in it, effectively. So it extends that period out, which is why. Does it matter which way you put this on? I don't think so. Which is why they take so long to dry. And of course, why they were so popular with artists throughout the centuries is because you keep going back and blending, reworking, touching up. And yet once they are cured, they're cured. So if you go back with oil paint, it doesn't dissolve the oil paint underneath. You put solvents and stuff on, you can like smear them and things, but okay. Yeah, the other advantage, of course, is exactly that, right? You can use different things. So you can use turpentine and turpentine substitute and odorless thinners. Basically, they're all the same thing. They're all petroleum distillates, but they are increasingly refined. The more you refine a petroleum distillate, you often find the low odor thinners are because they don't contain the impurities which generally carry most of the smell. Big old props. The reason I've taken these props off rather than doing them on the sprue is because they attach on the prop itself. So I'm going to hold them by the hub, obviously with the little croc clips, so that I don't have to go and touch them up. Right. So we've got the base engine, D3, D4, DH, D9. Wow. Oh my god, we've got to make 4 of those. Holy crap, it's going to be forever. This is what I was saying about the concern I have for these. D3. D4. Okay, by 4, I take, yeah, because it's saying everything in duplicate. So this is for 1 engine. So you just need 2 for 1 engine. D8 and D9. And then D7 as well. We can get all of these pieces off at once. Okay. So there are various versions of the L2800 double wasp produced, and they mainly seem to differ in the gearbox housing, which is the piece on the front. All of this gubbins. So the STL I have is actually for a Tiger Cat, the version, so it's a slightly later version, but whilst I know it's slightly inaccurate for the Corsair, it's still about 1,000,000 times better than what Revell supply you with. So I'd rather have something that looks nice and is slightly inaccurate than it's just a horrible inaccurate blob that looks dreadful. Oh yeah. I guess it's going okay. I think I'm up against it time-wise now that we're here. So I'm cracking on with these engines, try and get all the build pieces. We really need to get all or as much of the build pieces done tonight if I'm going to stand any chance, really, realistically, of getting some sort of finished model tomorrow. Okay, also need piece D27, the actual gear housing itself. And that's all of that. D45 is the prop hub, which is, wow, that's pretty chunky. Now it says not to glue this. I don't actually care about gluing my prop hubs because I'm not really concerned about my props turning. So I don't have to worry too much about that. Being careful with how that is going to go on. This blade is so dull now, I really could do with changing it. Right, let's get the spidery bit on the back. Don't know if this has a particular way. Let's just see. Okay, it does have a particular way. So it has 3 locators, 3 pins. Oh, yes, you can tell because it fits absolutely perfectly when you get it right. So yeah, big advantage of this is that the fit is phenomenal. I don't think I really need to bother about gluing all of those individually. So all of this, of course, is going to be hidden. If you wanted to do a really super, opened up B-26 with all of, somebody maintaining the engines or something, you have all this detail here, though. So I think these kind of kits really lend themselves to if you do want to super detail them. And if you're just building the base kit, it gives you a really nice rendition. Without really having to do a huge amount of work. Would a resin engine give you more detail? Yes, particularly on the actual cylinders themselves. Much more detail. I mean, it's not a huge amount from what I'm seeing here. This is a really nice rendition of a double wasp. I mean, certainly if you're not going to super detail the kit, there's absolutely no reason. If you're not going to open up an engine cowling, so there's zero reason to go aftermarket here. I mean, if you wanted to add more detail, you could add wires, ignition leads to all of this. That's something maybe I'll do on flak bait. Ooh, don't lose that, Alex. 1/24 in 24 hours. I mean, that's a snappy thumbnail, but no. After this, my inclination for that is really just no. Speaking of treating people, though, so I realize I do owe people a giveaway. I have been tardy on that. Again, it's just life at the moment is a bit chaotic. But one of the things I'm working on for the shop is an alternative or substitute, whichever you want to call it. Just want to try and work out how this goes on to it. For Mr. Hobby leveling thinners. So I ordered all the chemicals that I need. Those should be arriving in the next few days. And then I'll be formulating my test batches. So what I'm going to do is, if you're a UK channel member or Patreon, and you airbrush with lacquers or, to me, acrylics, and I will send you out a test bottle of the thinners to get your feedback. So I'll discuss that in more detail on the Discord channel. So if you remember and haven't got onto the Discord channel yet, there's a message, there's a post on the YouTube channel, which specifically gives you the invite. So you can go ahead, join that Discord channel. Discord is a much easier way for me to communicate with people. There we go. That's not a bad little Pratt Whitney, is it? So, yeah, I wanted to be able to get that out. So that'll be in probably a couple of weeks, I imagine. But also with Outlaw Paints becoming live soon. So those will go on the website next week. Those will be live, all things being equal. And yeah, I wanted to be able to get something equivalent to, because Tamiya lacquer thinner is slightly different. You can't use it for Tamiya, not lacquer paints. You can use it for lacquer paints, obviously, but not the aqueous ones. Whereas Mr. Hobby leveling thinner, you can. The chemical makeup is quite different of the two. So Tamiya is mainly alcohol, specifically mainly IPA, whereas Mr. Hobby stuff is not. It's a much more complex combination. Okay, so now we need 4 D52s. And this is the fiddly bit now. These are all 52s, don't worry, they're coming from different places. And these, basically, where are my tweezers? Because it's definitely a tweezer job. So these go in these little holes here. And come out the back. It's even fiddly with tweezers. I'm going to have to trim them because that's actually stopping it sitting. This is the bit I was looking at the end of last session thinking, ooh, there's a lot there. Good God, this is going to be challenging. Yeah, like that. So they sit in basically across there. Yeah, so Mr. Hobby leveling thinner is always sells out, right? As soon as an import comes, it sells out more or less straight away. People really like it. So it's just like, well, what if I can produce something which is equivalent locally, and then, you know, and obviously I can sell it cheaper than Mr. Hobby leveling thinner, so I don't pay a middleman. Obviously my margins probably aren't going to be as good as Gunsanyo's because they're both obviously buying chemicals in massive bulk, and I'm buying them in, you know, 2.5 liters. But I thought that would be an interesting thing to do. So So as I say, if you are a channel member or Patreon supporter and you'd like to get some of that, head over to the Discord channel. I'll probably create a thread for it, actually. Probably the easiest thing to do. Where's that one I just had a second ago? It was that one. So this isn't difficult, it's just time consuming. Which of course would have been fine at the beginning. Now we're a little bit more concerned. So I'll definitely try to get some into the hands of Sully and John Alec and Moss. And others, it depends on what they're spraying, if they're spraying. I probably won't send anything to John Parker because he does all brush painting, so it's absolutely no use at all to him. Hello, Graham. What varnishes do you use on a fighter jet? It depends on what fighter jet it is. Because some were pretty matte, some were pretty gloss, and some were somewhere between. So it really depends. So if you can tell us what you're making, Graham, we can give you a bit of better advice. Okay, so 2, 4, 5. Yeah, I'll just put the other 5 on. Should just cut them all off at the same time. At least I know for the second one. And after that, I think D42 and D18. D42 is this piece. Now this is going to be more challenging. Well, actually, it's just enough room to get my snips in. No, that was actually a double. And D18, which is this one. This actually looks like it might be a little more challenging. Not too bad, actually. Clean all these parts up. An F-15. And this is going to sound very pedantic, but what finish are you doing it in? Because, again, if you're looking at something like the old charcoal lizard F-15E, that was actually quite a matte finish on that one. Whereas the standard F-15CD, kind of more of a semi-gloss. Oh, I think I just broke that part. Yeah, just got to be careful with that. Fortunately, it's only snapped, so I can just glue that back together. I'm going to leave that to dry whilst I trim these and get on. So yeah, if it's a standard F15 like C, D, even E, if it's in, you know, the standard USAF grey, like the USAF greys, US Navy greys, tend to be satin. So I tend not to use satin varnishes, just because a satin finish for me, and again, it depends on scale, right? So if it's, is it 1/72nd or 1/48th? F15E building plus have started F35A. So if it's a standard Strike Eagle in grey in 48 scale, I would actually I would obviously use Pledge to decal with, but whatever you're using as a sort of base varnish or finish for your decaling might leave it a little bit gloss, because obviously Pledge is a little bit gloss. It's like a high satin finish. I think for scale purposes it works well as a gloss varnish. If I was going to do an F15, I would then just use a rattle can of Army Painter Anti-Shine, their matte varnish, because it is not dead matte. It leaves a little bit of sheen. Perhaps if you put glue on, Alex, before you try and glue apart. And I find that's kind of just about the right amount of sheen for me. But it's a little bit subjective depending on what finish you like. You know, the kind of effect you're trying to create. But for 32nd scale, wow, I would definitely use a rattle can. The reason I say that is it's far easier to get an even coverage with a rattle can over a large area than it is with an airbrush, or brush for that matter. So, for instance, on that 1/24 scale Spitfire, I used Army Painter Anti-Shine on it. For the Beaufort that I'm just about to finish, I think I mentioned this in one of the other streams, I've just got to put the undercarriage on, take some beauty shots of it. For that, I used Tamiya, and I do find that you kind of feel like you're fighting the varnish with Tamiya. I'm always a little bit reluctant. I'm quite interested to try my new thinners with Tamiya varnish and see how it comes out, because I just find the finish on them is a little bit variable. You can get that white bloom, which is the last thing you want, you know, when you're finishing a model. Okay. Yeah, I told you there were a lot of pieces to this engine. D42. Okay, it does have some little, okay, so little alignment pieces here. Line up along the engine, like so. The engineering of these is so good now, so clever, the people that design them. And kudos, I mean, ICM have designed this. This was completely designed, you know, with regular air raid going off, you know, in a besieged country. And they can do this kind of cleverly engineered, you know, well produced kit. It's really astonishing. It's really a testament to them. And at the back, now that piece is, yeah, pretty much glued. Do I have it in the shop? Unfortunately not, because it sells really well. So I'm waiting for a restock on the Army Painter Anti-Shine. Much like Mr. Hobby Leveling Thinner, actually, it's the same importer or same distributor. You know, their stuff tends to go pretty quickly, which is good. Obviously, it means I just need to increase my order size. You can never tell when you're getting a new product into the shop how well it's going to go. Obviously, you don't want to have hundreds of the things hanging around if nobody's going to buy them, because that's just dead money sitting there on the shelves, which, I mean, no business can afford. Right. So, I don't know if you can see this even on the close-up cam. There are these little tabs on some of the cylinder heads to align with these little holes in this piece. And guessing it's that one. There we go. Yeah, so I will be ordering more, Graham. It is probably the end of the week before it gets in. Probably Saturday, might be Monday, depending on how their shipping is. Generally, they're pretty good. Do you mean mixing a varnish actually in with the paint and then spraying it? Okay, exhaust collector rings 37 and 38, I think, are these pieces, yes. No, Chris, the Airfix lifeboat is still pending release. I think it's due at the end of May. You're more than welcome, Chris. It's bizarrely, whether it is bizarre or not, I don't know. It is the most popular pre-order this year. the Shine class lifeboat. It was the Dora Wings Ferry Delta 2 for a while, and then the Shannon class just massively overtook it. So I actually had to double my original order with Airfix. Let's just hope they deliver them all. Right. So this is the exhaust collector. So all of those little bits that we put on, we see there are alternating, if you can, we get something dark. You can see there the alternating pins and holes in this, which go into the alternating pins and holes in all the little exhaust pieces that we put up and the cylinder heads at the rear. This is going to be an interesting one to align because it relies on me being somewhat accurate with my placement of those exhaust pieces coming from the front cylinders. You can see that one was wildly out. So if you're thinking of doing this kit, just remember with these engine pieces, don't glue in those exhausts from the front cylinders and then think I'll do this collector piece tomorrow, because you need that flexibility whilst they are still not quite cured. Otherwise you're going to get yourself in a whole load of trouble. And there we go. And actually, if you didn't know how a Pratt & Whitney engine goes together, you know, you can see very clearly the operation of each of these cylinders. You know, it has the push rod alignment pieces, goes up and down, the exhaust comes out, collected into here with the others, comes up together, and is collected all together and comes out the two pieces on the side. So it really gives you a good idea of how these things put together. One thing that always strikes me about these things, you know, a Pratt & Whitney double wasp engine, thousands of parts to it. Yeah. You know, people worked on these factories, churning them out, these thousands of parts in the States on these big production lines, and they were thrown into these aircraft, you know, of which thousands were produced. So you got hundreds of thousands of components and complexity, all of these pieces. And then somebody makes a single mistake and it could crash on takeoff. You know, it's all just gone. So that always fascinates me about how, you know, we have just this strange sort of relationship with, and at the end of the day, you know, it is designed to take bombs to blow stuff up, and things are going to actively try to shoot you down, to destroy you. You know, it's just like all of this human talent and engineering and time has gone into these things, which then people are going to try and destroy. The futility of the human condition. So there we go. Really, really nice rendition of a Pratt & Whitney double wasp for 48 scale, and obviously just thrown together there. If I was going to spend a bit more time on it, I'd make sure that these units were a bit more. I'd probably put the wiring injection, so the injection wiring from the ignition ring here, just give it that extra little bit, because that you could do. It's visible. It would be very, very cool. In reality, what you're going to see is a little piece of it. But if you do want to, as I said, if you do want to super detail these, these kits are a perfect base for doing that. There we go. There we go. That's what's good. Visible. That's not the point, right? Okay. So we have that. I'm going to do the other one now, because hopefully with that experience fresh in my mind, I can be a bit quicker. And not, as people have pointed out, glue things upside down again. I don't know, you make one mistake, eh? I will come back to chat. I'm just very focused at the moment. Okay, 49. 49 is the one at the front. I think it's the one at the back. 49 is the one at the back. So I'm going to put that at the back there. Just because. I mean, this engine assembly, it has really positive locating points. It's step by step is really good. I mentioned some of the parts in the construction of the fuselage at the beginning were a little confusing as to exactly what went where. So I did have to refer to the video. But props to ICM, they have a video. And that made it apparent where things went and how things went, because the bomb sight in particular looked like it glued in a completely different way than I had actually glued it. But fortunately, examining the video, because it didn't look right, it didn't sit right, it didn't seem to be what it should be, and indeed it wasn't. I've also realised I need my wow stick for drilling fuselage pieces. I've forgotten to get that ready. So what I may do after completing this engine assembly is have a short 5-minute break, 5 or 10 minute, a bit of a bio break, and also just get the wow stick, so that we can drill that ready. Okay. I think those are all the components we needed. Yes. Don't think of anything. Nope. Okay. Right, let's have a look at do I know when the Jet Provost kit is available? If I looked at my Humbrol release schedule, I probably do, but I can't divulge that, unfortunately. It would breach, I think, my terms and conditions of service with Humbrol. I think they just, I mean, for the other thing is that can change, right? If I said, oh, it's going to be July, and I don't know that that is when it's going to be, it's just, I'm just saying random month, and then they have some production problems or something and it comes out in September, you know, I don't want you to think that I am misleading you. So the best thing is just to, you know, look when Airfix say it's going to be released. So unfortunately, even where I do have some behind the scenes knowledge because of, you know, release schedules or whatever, you can't divulge that kind of stuff. And I get why companies, you know, keep it to their chest. It's because they don't want to have that situation of, well, it's more prevalent in Western companies like Airfix. I've just broken this one as well. Just be careful because this, if you're a klutz like me, can be quite fragile. But Western companies, you know, do tend to have a habit of not wanting to disappoint people, you know, or set themselves up for failure, you know, or the perception that they are, you know, goading people, all that kind of stuff. Look at Chinese manufacturers, you know, some of the Hobby Boss and Trumpeter announcements have been going on for years. They don't happen. They don't care. It's a very different cultural approach. So there are some, so it is possible to modify the finish of a paint, right? This is why Tamiya have their flat base. So it's one of the things they sell. And although I have it in stock, I don't think I've sold a single jar of it, a flat base. Flat base, basically you can add to a gloss or a semi-gloss color and it'll like mattify it, if that's a word, flatten it. The other way around is possible, but it's a bit harder. So a matte coat is matte because the surface finish is uneven. That's the on a, you know, submicroscopic level. So you get, I think, what they call non-specular reflections. So it diffuses the light because you've got this uneven surface, so the light goes off in all different directions, so you don't get, you know, uniform shine. Whereas a smooth surface, you know, you get the light bouncing off all in the same direction, which is why mirrors, of course, are perfectly flat, so that you get all of the light going in one direction. And, you know, if you curve that, you can get your Hall of Mirrors effects and stuff. So that is what is happening. The micro level, and of course, if you've got a paint which produces a matte finish, it can be difficult to add something to that to make it, you know, uniformly reflective. Whereas it's easy to put a coating on top, a varnish, which does do that. And very matte paints may need more than one application. because they're very irregular. So canvases, they have larger microscopic pockets, if you like, to fill up, to smooth over. So yeah, in practice, it's just easier to use a varnish. I mean, paint chemistry is, if you're into that sort of thing, if you're into science, how things work, paint chemistry is enormously complex, or can be enormously complex. The amount of different things you've got going on, because you've got your pigment, you have a binder, something that actually makes it stick. In acrylic paints, we have an acrylic binder. Then you have some sort of carrier medium. And this is where people get mixed up between acrylic paints being water-based or alcohol-based. No, they're acrylic. Acrylic is acrylic. The carrier medium can be different things based on how you are, what you are binding to your acrylic groups to suspend them or solubilize them. And that can vary as well by pigment, because of course different pigments are often chemically very different. So some pigments are very simple. So if you think about the names of some of the oil paints that people have traditionally used, cobalt blue, guess what? It contains cobalt. It is a metal salt, effectively. It has a blue color. Cadmium yellow. And this is why you don't suck your paintbrush with using these paints, right? Because they still contain these fairly heavy metal ions, salts. Some of them are very toxic. Others are much more complex, and derived from, plant materials or animal materials. I think it's alizarin red. I don't know where alizarin red comes from now, and unfortunately, my browser is still stuck in this bit where I can't get out of this tab. I think that, I can't remember whether it is that. That's kind of like a cochineal kind of thing. I mean, cochineal itself comes from a beetle, right? Originally came from a beetle. Now you have a substitute, so you don't have to crush beetles. But if you think how you make the rest of your paint is going to be very different, or is chemically very different, when you've got a fairly simple metal salt to a complex, often biochemical compound or mixture from an organic source. And things, I mean, sometimes colors can change depending on the pH. So metal salts are a good one, depending on the valency state of them, and sometimes have a different hue. So you'll see some, like chromium salts, for instance, have different colors depending on the valence state. So of course that can change if you're adding lots of things to a paint medium. So the only problem with, of course, having this sort of complexity in any component, but like these engines, for instance, is it just takes time to clean everything up. It takes time to get everything assembled. And if you rush, you're likely to make mistakes and end up having to do it more than once or do corrective action. I'm looking at the time and it's already 9:30. Oh, that's just a piece of rubbish. Great idea, Alex. You cut off your little runners in the same place you've got your little pieces which look exactly the same, but they're actually kit pieces. Okay, this is a kit piece. I mean, each of these, if I was doing this kit properly, each of these actually has a tiny seam. I mean, it's hardly there, but on such a small piece, you know, it's let's say it's the sort of thing that would lose you points at the competition if you were to not clean it off. It's one of the reasons I can't be asked with competitions. For those of you who are interested in the full build of this, I will probably edit this down to a standard video in addition. In fact, I will. That's not it. Probably I will do that. Okay, so let's stick lots of bits together. I do like the way these will only glue together one way. It's really good. In fact, I think I've got the wrong side. Yeah, that is really good. So they'll only glue together one way, and the two different halves you can't mix up. That is excellent engineering. So you can't accidentally screw it up. You would have to actively cut off gating pins to make a mistake. So you really can't argue that it was the kit's fault if you do mess it up. You only have yourself to blame. Let's save a bit of time on this one, just for a liberal application on the inside. If I got the right position, that would have been great. There we go. You can also tell which is the front because obviously the back has all the little holes for the exhausts. So it's funny sometimes what bits of a kit impress you most when you're making it that you didn't expect. I didn't really expect the engines to be the bit that really is the standout kind of feature of this kit so far for me. But and that's not to say that the other features of the kit aren't good, because they are. They're superb. But the way that these are engineered is really second to none. Okay. Many, many small pieces now. Right, I think there are a number of advantages to doing this actually the way, thinking about it, doing this the way that they have. The way that they've broken down this and the differences in the R2800 double wasp, say, were mainly around the gear case and the whatever these pieces are on top, I don't know. But engineering it this way means that actually they could use the same CAD files, but with different inserts to create earlier or later versions of the engine. That's smart. That'd be smart engineering. Yeah. Come on, Alex, get it together. Yep. And I think ICM have been pretty good about extracting value from their kits. They do 3, 4, 5 different versions of the same kit in pretty quick succession. So if you think about the Beaufort, I think there's 3 or 4. No, I think there's 4 versions of the Beaufort. You can get it with crew, you can get it with torpedo, you can get it as a bomber, you can get it in a Middle East configuration, and they're all available at the same time. It's not like, because Airfix do this, but they tend to withdraw one and then put the next one on sale. I'd love to know which is a more successful strategy. Huh. Almost there for the engines. Which way around these go again? That way. Little pin. There. All right, lots of fiddly little exhaust bits to put on that you won't see. Now I could skip these, but I don't want to cheat. So that is pretty evil, Steve. I would definitely not do that. I don't think it actually matters which way around these go. I could be wrong, but I think they're the same both ways. Actually, that's not true. And it just shows you the instructions. There is a longer pin that goes in that end. So there is a correct way round to do them. That means I've almost certainly got some the wrong way round, which would explain some of the small gaps. I was thinking it was just my haste. It wasn't. It was my mistake. Oh, that could have almost been unfortunate. I mean, it wouldn't have been disastrous because you wouldn't have seen it, but again, we would know. Okay. So yeah, you can definitely see the difference is, I don't even know if you can see. I don't have my super close-up lens for this. Just here, it's downstairs. Maybe I should get that. Is it going to focus? I think it's too close for it. Oh, there we go. Now, if you can see the difference between the size of the pins on each end, this one down here is slightly longer. I mean, we're talking difference between what, 0.5 of a millimeter versus 0.3 of a millimeter. That sort of order of magnitude difference. So not immediately obvious, but if you're looking for it, you can tell. I missed one there. Oh, no, I'm going around that way, that's right. Second guessing myself. Shouldn't second guess myself. Come on, get in there. In you go. There we go. There. That's good. Okay. Right. Let's get these pieces on. Let's do the back first. I really like the way they've done the alignment on this. It's superb. Okay, and then last but not least, the exhaust collectors. It's also much easier to adjust them this way because now they only have the little shallow pins. As intended, you don't need to move it as much to get them aligned. There. So the nice thing is they've got the two pins, one at the top, one at the bottom. So you can put those in. The other pieces on the back ones are all flat, and then you can just align all of the front ones with those holes. And because there aren't pins in these pieces, it's easy to just adjust them. There we go, done. That took no time at all, that one. Quite trimmed to that well there. And there we go. Another engine. Two Pratt & Whitney double wasps complete. So trim this cowl and then quick break. Okay. Cowling trimmed. it's a matter of needs must, John Alec. They are actually, I mean, yes, I would normally take more time to assemble them, but they're actually really neat little assemblies and really quite easy to assemble in that level of detail. So let's leave it for 5 minutes and go ahead, get a coffee, cup of tea, go to the toilet. I'm going to go and get, well, if I can find it, my WOW stick, otherwise a pin vise, so I can drill these holes, get the machine guns mounted, do some weights, and try and get this fuselage together. All right, guys, see you in a minute or two. All right, and we're back with the ubiquitous light macchiato little coffee. The fuel is on the way. These are not for me. My girlfriend has unfortunately got a cold, so she's gone to bed early. So I just dug out some more Lemsip cold and blue stuff for her for the morning. I also no idea where my wow stick is. I think the problem is I have 3 locations now because I got stuff at the shop, I've got my man cave, and I've got here. Actually, we were talking about modeling setups. Oh, and my microbox drills seem to be. Oh no, they are there. Didn't see them. Yeah, there we go. They are there. Yeah, talking about workbench setups yesterday. Moss never got around to asking me about mine. And the thing is, because I have like my man cave, that's all set up for, I've got loads of space. I've got no space there at the moment because it's all cluttered and full of other stuff. But I should have loads of space. It's actually too big. But it was all set up. I got stuff on the walls. So if you ever go to like a scrapyard merchant or like an electrician's shop, or so this where they got the bins on the wall on the metal cladding. I actually have that on my walls with little bins with different things in, which is all great. And I got an overhead camera set up there, which is fantastic. But I've even got the internet out there, a wired internet connection. Unfortunately, I don't have a computer out there. I used to use the laptop, but the laptop won't work for streaming. I can't use it on StreamYard because StreamYard's quite a memory-hungry application, and the laptop is old and crappy, so I can't use that out there. I tried, it didn't work. Can't take the computer out there because I need the computer in here for stuff. So I tried it for a while, which is fine when it's warm. When it's cold, it's just not feasible. So I don't want to be transporting stuff out, and relocating twice a year. So hence I've had to use this for streaming, which is not ideal in any circumstances, in any way, shape, or form for actual modeling. As you can see here, I've got a very constrained space. I don't have everything I need. And then I've got the place at the shop, which has a good kind of bench setup for doing unboxings and stuff, and a camera piece. That's fine. But again, I use the laptop at work because I only need, very basic stuff for doing the shop things. So it's not an ideal scenario. Ideally, I'd have another computer, have that out in the man cave, and that'd be good. But I just can't afford it at the moment. So that'll be the plan eventually. When I get my lottery win, or hit 1 million subscribers when I'm about 130. Okay, so just drill, as you saw, those holes for the 50 cal gun packs. So I won't have any problems now as far as that goes. And now I can go back to where we started. Yeah, these have conformed pretty well. Again, what you'll see is kind of a rough impression. Again, if I was doing this kind of not just straight out of the box on a ridiculous time schedule, I'd put belts on that seat. But it's not too bad, actually. I do think seat belts on any aircraft, though, massively improve the appearance. But that's not a bad office. Yeah, I mean, normally I would dry brush this to bring out some of the detail there. I just don't have time for that. Go ahead and put co-pilot's station control column in as well. So I have limited room. As any marauder, there is limited room to put in any weighting on this. So we basically have this space either side of the landing gear bay here. I'm just going to remove the paint above and below this line so I get a decent bond there, because there isn't an awful lot. Holding that on. And I'm aware I don't have the co-pilot's seat in yet. That'll come, don't worry, that'll come. And the other thing I'll do before is just scrape out these again, so we've got a decent connection point. Now, where is that bulkhead? I saw it earlier. Oops, I must put it in the way around. Now there are attachment points along here, little cutouts in the bottom. You can see them on this side. Look, go with those pins, so you can see exactly where it goes. Nope, trying to break it. Just. Oh. Okay. So I'm trying to do one piece at a time. Get this side nailed down because I want to shove a bunch of these little screws down into that hole. So to say, this isn't ideal. But this is 55 grams or so. I think actually they're a little bit big. Try to choose the smallest ones. Not sure they're going to be small enough to fit in there well. Yeah. Well, that's a bit of a bugger. I think I'm just going to have to try and put what I can in. The problem with this aircraft is there is not a lot of places to put weight. It's got such a wide open tricycle bay. Right, smallest screw I have is this one. That's some general garbage. In here. In here. Wow, the heads on these look so much smaller when I was getting them out of the screw thing. The thing is, they are going down, which is good. I got far fewer than I'd hoped in there. That one's not going in. Nope. That one's way too big. Maybe I shouldn't have worn the magnifiers, they look smaller. And there we go. That one went in. Okay. This may rattle a bit. This side is going to be much harder because I have to glue them in before closing it up. So I have to make sure they're not going to foul anything. Oh, look at that. There's a space here. Right. Not quite big enough of a space. I think there might be some liquid gravity going in here. Of course, there's still active super glue in there. Because, of course, there will be. This one's not actually as liquid as I was hoping. And look at that, I just knocked off the bum sight. Doesn't matter, I can glue that in a little bit. So this is a little bit more fiddly, if you hadn't guessed that already. And of course, some of that is the way that I've built the kit. I just felt like I got some Tamiya in my. Yes, I did, but it's just on the outside by a gum pack. Let it dry, it'll be fine. Okay, how's an office looking? Okay. Okay, we haven't messed anything up too drastically. Apart from that, of course, which we'll put in soon. Let's see what I can get away with here. It's really complicated. You guys what I'm doing. So aligning that at the bottom. There. Right. Well, it's snug. That's for sure. But that all fits pretty well. Right. Okay. I have an idea. Probably stupid, but I'm going to cut out this. So I cut out that section there. So once this is together, see, I still have a little open piece there. And there's a piece that goes on the top here that I don't have to put in right now. So I can keep that. I can pour liquid gravity down into there, put weight behind here. That gives me a couple more days to find my weights. I've got some weight in the cockpit. At the moment it's not a massive tail sitter, but I don't have all of the weight at the back. So, okay. So one difficulty I was having when trying to put this together is that that tab there actually is sandwiched between these two, and you see it's a little bit tight on this side. So just need to make sure that that gets in there, and you could tell, or I could tell, I don't know whether you could tell, there was a click at one point, and that was when it went together nicely. So they're just scraping all these seams just to make sure I've got decent attachment there. Now, the other thing I haven't done, I've realised now, are the machine guns. I have to stop doing that. So this one and this one are the two rear mounted ones. I haven't metalled them. Let's just see if I've got a pencil in these drawers here. Let me see. Yes, I do. Glad I didn't put a new blade in my in my scalpel just yet. So I do have a tin of powder graphite, but I haven't brought it in because I completely forgot about it. But this is how I metal. Yeah, doing any gunmetal effects. You scrape a pencil. You get some sort of, not a good brush, just a brush. Get some of the graphite on your black painted thing. You liberally apply it. And you sort of polish it. Hopefully you can see it sort of gets a metallic sheen. This brush is a little bit too floppy. Nobody wants a floppy brush. Okay, this one's a bit stiffer. A bit stiff, but not too stiff. said the nun to the vicar. Now, the more you kind of rub your brush on this and polish it, the shinier it'll get. You can see it doesn't take much. So the other thing it does is it creates a bit of depth in there as well, because you're polishing the upper surfaces rather than all of the bits, so you still get some of the black in the contours and create that sort of shadow effect. So if we compare that with the matte black one, you can get a good side-by-side comparison of how that changes it. See? It's messy. Which is why I have a jar of the stuff. It's quite satisfying, though. You just got to be careful when you've got bits like this. This site here. The other thing is it really accentuates if you've not cleaned stuff up, like seams. Like there's a big seam on this gun I can see now, because of course I've not had time really to do the proper cleanup of this model as I would, or should at least. But I think this is one of my favorite sort of scale effects that is super cheap, super easy. It just looks really good. Can't remember where I picked it up from. It certainly wasn't my invention. So you get this nice metallic, dark metallic look, but kind of looks weathered like a blued metal. Oops, sorry. Clattering it. See, I polished this one a little bit more. This one compared to this one. It's also because I've been using the brush for it more, so the brush has kind of got coated. It will coat your fingers as well. And it's a devil to get off. As you can see, I now have nice metal fingers. So obviously we need to put those in with our two little bracket things, which we sprayed on the frame before. I'm knocking into everything. Less haste, more speed, Alex. So I just have to try and make sure these unpainted bits, where I'm just scraping here, are facing inside so we can't see them. Right. So let's just have a little look which way round they go. Get those glued in. And we do have the rear guns as well to put on. Upside down, Alex. Okay, so I'm just trying to work out how this goes. Okay, goes like that. Ugh. I should have glued these on to this before spraying it, I think. That's what I would do if I was doing this again. That's going to have to go like so. Put that on there. Okay. These locate on these pins and this hole. Yeah, this would have definitely been easier to put in and then spray. Didn't think that was the case at the time, but I was wrong. Come on, Alex, get it together. Frustration is setting in. Goes like that. Bastard. There. Good enough. And then these basically sit. Oh, don't you do that to me. Don't you dare do that to me. You bastard. No. No. There. Just locate there and be happy. This is not being good to me. Oh, you son of a bitch. Right. We're going to leave those to dry for a little bit whilst we do something different, children. Coffee. Okay. Let's go back to engines. I like those engines. I think we need to spray some engines. So I'm just going to use a gunmetal spray for these. That is the quickest, easiest way of doing these at this stage. Let's get a couple of our crocodile clip thingies. Okay. You see, I'm just giving this a good blast out of the way. So just giving these good overall gunmetal. I'll give them a wash of black once they're dry. So I don't think there was any missing there. So you can see I'm just using some of my airbrush cleaner between coat, blast them through. Back bubble, clean, a little bit more. Another quick blast. That's coming out clean, and then I just leave that as it is. So I found generally doing that, you don't need to have a big clean out. Oh, for goodness sake, just stay. Why won't it? Ugh. It's conspiring to annoy me now. Okay, that's that. So I need the rear guns. So those are obviously the turret guns. That I thought was the front gun. I think actually that's one we don't need. These two are the tail stingers, as they're called. So we need to. Where is my pencil there? So we need gunmetal those. Yeah, we're still here, Screwtape. Obviously, I could have just sprayed these gunmetal, but I think it gives a better effect. It's similar, but it's less glittery, I guess is the way I would put it. I just think the scale effect is better. It's also great for chips on AFBs. You can literally just use a pencil to show paint chips. Right. Right, last hour. I am not convinced that this is going to be a paintable model by the end of all of this. I mean, obviously, give it the best shot, but yeah, I'm having serious doubts. Right, so for this piece, we have all of this. These two go on like so. Important thing with these, of course, is to get them aligned, because they will look very, very weird if they are not. They look pretty good. We have part G18, which I remember spraying as well. There we go, part G18. There we go. Okay, that's that piece. I don't really want to hold like that. I don't want that to move while it's drying. So let's just suspend it above those. Okay. Are these pieces actually dry? Pretty much. Okay. It does rattle a little bit. Despite the super glue. Okay. That time had no issues. Kind of want them. I don't think it matters that at slightly different angles they wouldn't have sat at the same angle. I think that adds a little bit of authenticity. Not really quite that different, but there, that's better. Because what you actually see through that transparency is that. That's not a lot. Yeah, well. Once again, we know it's there. That's all that counts. Keep telling myself that. Okay. Let's get this in position. A couple of little pieces which need to go in. One is the seat back here for the tail gunner. And obviously the seat over here. I'm not too worried about this one because I can put that one in afterwards. This one I can't. That is piece G55. G55, which I haven't painted at all. I actually had quite a prominent line light. Try and do that without stabbing myself. So good job my scalpel isn't sharp. So that goes in just there. Now, colour of this is L. I think it's just the brown leather, dark sea grey, which I've actually done middle stone. Hopefully you can see why I like ICM paints for brush painting. So that's just one coat over plastic. I'll give it another coat, obviously, to try and get rid of some of the brush marks and stuff, but that's pretty good in terms of pigment density and coverage for one coat acrylic on plastic straight. I don't even you can tell what color it is from from outside. All right, I think we are almost at the point of putting this thing together. Okay, we need a transparency for the rear. The other way around. What is it? There. So that. Two little spots on the inside. That actually attaches. Easier to remove it with Tamiya extra thin. What happens if you fail to build in 24 hours? I'm not sure. Actually, we got to thinking about that. Okay. How does this go into there? Oh, it attaches to that little piece there. Okay. So you need a little bit more. Can't just put the vanishingly small amount of Tamiya thin on there. Try to get it stick, unfortunately. And then finishing goes in the back. In here. Oh, no. Do that with Tamiya extra thin. So it just attaches there and just sits at the bottom there. Very nice. Okay. Just realized to a bit of this. All right. I just knocked that off. There's quite a lot going on here. We said. Okay. The moment of truth. Okay, that goes well. Sounded quite positive. That as well. Something isn't aligned there. Which is odd because that was aligned previously. Oh. So the top there, there. Nope. What's stopping me aligning that? No, it just needs pushing across the top. There. There we go. That's, I think, snapped into place there. Okay. Well, all things considered, that wasn't too bad. Actually, that little seat can be pressed down from above there. Right, I think this is a matter of going along. And sealing each little piece up. Don't really want to go all the way to the end just there, just yet. Okay. So here, there. So you just got to be careful that fuselage, sorry, the cockpit isn't preventing that square together. Because otherwise, this has all been fine along here. But if you don't get that fuselage piece in, you can't get this together well. Okay, this is the side that's going on, right? See, the fit is that good. I couldn't actually tell them which side of this bit was glued and which was the bit that I just put on, which is pretty good. The only piece is this. Oh, come on, focus. See here, I've got a misalignment here. That is from the prior piece. I think that might be my fault with the weighting, but it does go down. It's just I need to kind of get this together, and then I'll come back and just pop that down. I think. Yeah, that Kozak 2 steel is a really, really nice kit. In fact, it won Kit of the Year at I can't remember what the German model magazine is, but it won Kit of the Year last year for it. The difficulty with holding this together is because you've got the roof in there. It's kind of difficult to press the two because you naturally want to press on here, but that's not going to do anything because that's one single piece. That will help it to resist pushing back. So we've got the real hard core left. The last 10 for the last 30 minutes. Oops. Initially, I was not convinced why ICM had put this open piece here. I'm really glad they did, because that really makes a big difference. That makes it almost breaking the pilot seat there. Yeah, it would have been much harder without that, for sure. That actually came together really well at the end there. There were a few times I thought that was going to be problematic, but not so. Hey, Moss. Joining with the last few hangers on. Yeah, this has been a really impressive kit. I mean, if you want to go to town on this kit, I mean, obviously I've rushed the hell out of this. But you know, you've got a complete interior bomb bay, all the interior here that you cannot see. You just about see through here. The rear gunner station. Don't know if you can see if I can get some more light on that. How am I going to do that? Pretty good. Get that in there. There we go. So you can see the interior. There you've got the 250 cals for those doors, which you can pose open if you wish to. These two for the 50 cals. I just put a big thumbprint in that. But that'll sand out easily. I have to sand the seams anyway. Yeah, a tubster though. Look at that. That tubby thick bird. Oh. So this piece will go on here, which is quite a nice fit. That's good. Obviously, going to wait until I've managed to get some weight down in there to stop this being a tail sitter, because there's a lot going on. Yeah, and there you got the. Oh, I can't really get it because it's too long, but that's the bombardier station. Yeah, I mean, if I hadn't decided to do a stupid 24-hour build of it, it would be really good. So I definitely think. I mean, that's the turret. Obviously, stands machine guns. Here's the 50 cals. They're pretty good. So that was a 50 cal, not the 50 cals for the. That's the actual 50 cals for the turret with those little pieces on. It's always a moment of truth as well. Oh, yes. Look at that. That's just push fit onto the wing spars there. That is pretty good. Unfortunately, I keep knocking the camera because it's such a bloody big aircraft. This I absolutely love, the way that they've molded this. Which kicks down there. This piece. Boom. Well, that's further than I thought I was going to get at the beginning of tonight. Yeah, I mean, let's just push fit. Those went cemented on. Yeah, very impressive. Now, of course, I can't put the wings on yet because I've still got those blanking pieces. Where the hell I put those? Ah. Here we go. So there they are. There's two blanking pieces. Which I've dropped inside the aircraft, of course. So Steve, the new ICM kits are pretty much universally like this in terms of their fit and engineering. They're all designed in CAD in the same way that new Airfix and Tamiya kits are. So anything from the last 10 years, I would say, if you go back to the early stuff, that's not the case. Yeah. So if you go back, like the Ghost of Kiev is not a modern ICM kit. That's kind of the old ICM. Much the way, a new Airfix kit isn't the same as an old Airfix kit. So these go this way. No, that way. No, I had it right the first time. Second guessing myself again. So these little blanking pieces just slot in these little grooves you've got. And that's so you don't get the see-through in the bomb bay. So you've still got, so that is that piece I've just put in. That piece there. Which is pretty sweet. Okay, matey. Take care. Hope the chickens are good. Oh, Aries, you're building the Kozak 2 too. Yeah, it is a really nice kit. I've got an upcoming diorama that I'm doing on the Kozak 2. I spent some time with some weathering pencils doing the sort of dirt and mud on the inside. Kozak 2, for those of you who don't know, is an MRAP vehicle of the Ukraine. Okay, what do we got? 15 minutes left. He's been watching Clarkson's Farm too much. That's what it is. So this rear gunner seat, not that you'll be able to see it or tell, but because you can actually get access to it after the thing is together, I just put a bit of extra tammy and just made sure it's excuse me, made sure it's sort of square, you know, sitting properly, which it is. You can see probably more square than the real things were. You know, a lot of these things were churned out pretty quickly. Thank you. Yes, so for those of you who don't know, I am going to put a quick video out on it because it's been live for a bit, but some people don't know about it. Some people don't know where to send stuff. I've got a Slava Ukraini group build going on. I'm going to be running it until July the 1st, which is my birthday. That video, I'll also have a link to a Ukrainian charity, that ICM. Kind of, well, I asked them, you know, what kind of charity do you want me to promote, basically, based on that. So that's what that is. So I'll put that in as a link as well. So if you send pictures of your kit before and when it's finished, to the channel email address, same as the shop email address. I don't put that out in chats or in live streams or on the, you know, in the channel posts because of spam. So if you go to the channel information, so on the home page of the channel, you can click the little arrow next to channel information. It'll give you all of the extra information, including the email address. But I mean, even with that, I still get spam stuff. I had a call today from, you know, a private number, which was about some visa expiration, you know, an automated voice telling me my visa had expired, which as a UK national is very interesting. I don't think we quite got to that stage yet. So I'm not too strict on that policy, Aries. I mean, the main thing is that you're building it now rather than it's, you know, some kit from 2022 or something. That's the main point, is that, you know, you're building it now. And I appreciate most people will just be straight about that and honest. So. All right. I'm not going to put the Bombardier's sight back in, the bomb aiming piece, until I'm a bit further on, because I'm going to knock it off again. I feel. So leave that. I also need to clamp this piece, and I don't have a clamp here, which is unfortunate. Right, what else have I forgotten? Bound to be something. Well, actually, I have. I didn't put this piece in, but you can't see it at all, so I don't care. That's very slapdash of me, isn't it? Other than that, got all this, got that. Next piece is the rear horizontal and vertical stabilizer. Let's get that on. The rear of the Marauder is such a weird construction. It's such a weird looking piece. It's one of those bombers that you sort of like look at to start with and it all makes sense. And then the more you look at it, the more things you notice, you just think, what? What's going on there? Just got to be a little bit careful here because you've got the glazing on the sides right under where this is attached. And I want to accidentally fog those up. Likewise with the rear, you've got actually two pieces of glazing. Well, three actually, because you've got the armored piece for the gunner as well. Oh, that all went rather well. Vertical stabilizer and rudder next. Keep knocking those machine guns. That's the only thing I don't like, is having to put like machine guns and stuff on at this sort of stage in the build rather than much later on. Purely because I'm clumsy and it's always a matter of, am I going to knock these off or not? Oh, ye of little faith, Scroto. At the start of the night, I was doubtful. Now that it's come together very quickly, as it is now, I'm a little bit more optimistic, shall we say. I mean, again, these basically friction fit. Look at that. Oh, was the Marauder used in Vietnam? Not sure I'd have enjoyed that. Well, I mean, let's face it, I wouldn't have wanted to go to war in, well, at all, basically. I mean, as I'm sure many of the men who actually flew these things didn't. It was, unfortunately, not really a matter of choice at the time. Okay, so we have all of that, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, I think I can get the wings on. So to pull it off a couple of millimeters, put a generous amount of, to me, extra thin in there, and then just close that up. Yeah, the only thing I don't like are these bits. Those are undoubtedly going to get snapped off, I think, especially because the cable for this camera is right here. It keeps getting snagged on it, which obviously wouldn't be the case if I was doing this normally, not on a stream. Ugh, just been poking that as well. Oh, wow, that is testament to it, though. So I just knocked this completely out of alignment and just manipulated it, got it back, and it's just basically gone back as the actual turret would. Well, it's not really a turret, is it? Mount, whatever you want to call it. Well, let's get the old stand. We can stick it on there. Okay, let's get rid of that. Because that's just in the way now. I'm not really showing us anything interesting. There we go. So, mostly together. That's first. It's not as far, perhaps, as I'd like, but it is further than I thought I'd get tonight, given where I was yesterday. So I'm just adjusting my stand to get this all straight. There she goes. Just need to push those in a tiny bit more. There. Make sure that's aligned. Yeah, there we go. Whew, so just coming up to the witching hour, and I've actually managed to get to this stage, which is not bad. As I say, slightly better than I expected at the beginning of the night. Not quite where I was hoping, but you know, given that these basically pop on here with that's it, like so, with the tops on. I'm showing you on the engine, you can't see. Yeah, basically there isn't much to do on those. And obviously this is where the opportunity for doing some super detailing, if you wanted to open these up and stuff and show the engine things, there's all of that capability in the kit. You know, with a few extras and stuff. Obviously I need to put the co-pilot seat in. I've got the turret to pop in, but that is all basically complete. Just needs the guns, so they need metaling putting in, needs the glass or plexiglass canopy putting on, but that can just slot in, and I'll probably not put that in till right at the end. Undercarriage I can put in afterwards, so you know, after painting. So there we are. I'm going to have a celebratory drink of some sort. Feel free to join me in spirit. See what I did there? Spirit. Sorry. But I mean, I think we can get it built. It might not be painted much more than basically, but we'll see. We'll see where we get to. I'm very, very impressed with the kit. Going through building, I mean, it looked great on an unboxing, but an unboxing can't tell you how it's going to go together. And it's been pretty phenomenal. And I say, building it like this, I want to build it again and spend more time doing some of the detail bits. I think flak bait is the one too that's going to get me to do that. But yeah, looking good. I'm not saying that this is looking good. I'm saying it's looking good as a kit, as a build. It's a fantastic kit. If you're thinking of it, I would definitely take the plunge. And it's an impressive size model as well. You know, that is a big old, for a medium bomber in 48 scale. It's a big old kit. So anyway, guys, thank you so much for joining me over the last 4 hours, and for the time before that. 2 days time, we'll see if we can actually get this completely together and maybe get some paint on it as well. So fingers crossed. If you're around tomorrow for the midweek model meet, I'm going to be talking about the joys of streaming, having spent 20 hours doing it since Saturday, and hopefully we'll have some guests to discuss that with. Until then, thank you very much for joining. Have a great night. Have a great day tomorrow, and Thursday if you're not going tomorrow. I'll hopefully see you for the end of this build. Okay, cheers guys.